Good afternoon. Hello. Okay. Hey. How are you doing? It is Sunday afternoon, 7 p.m. Well, now 7:14. Looking to resume the stream from last night. Hoping to finish a couple of the drawings that started yesterday. How's everyone doing today? Hey Yoji, how you doing? Sorry I had a technical issue I had to resolve. Still getting the hang of things in terms of streaming. Let's see, this was yesterday's sketch of Hawkman, last night's. One of the 5 sketches we did yesterday. 2 were warm-ups. So now I think today I'm going to go to inks. Before I do that, I think I need to transfer this onto a bigger piece of paper. Instead of yesterday, I've been drawing a lot on, actually almost exclusively on Procreate iPad. The interior work on Teen Titans. My name is Bernard Chang. I'm currently drawing Teen Titans for DC Comics. So, what would be the most efficient way of doing this? So now I'm drawing this Hawkman, and it's like too big for the size. Usually on the iPad, I'm just transforming it, but don't have that in real life. So I'm gonna have to redraw it, trace it over, and spend a little bit more time. It'll give me another opportunity to perhaps edit my own work. That is something that is very important. Having the ability to, having the luxury to be able to take a step back, look at what you've drawn, assess it, analyze it, and see if there's anything else that we can do to it. So Yoji, yes, I did not make it out of the house today. Rather unfortunate. I got up slept about 7 hours last night. I think we cut off around 3. Or sometime around that. I think the sun was coming up. For Yoji, I'm here on the West Coast in Los Angeles, California. And been having a lazy day today so far. I guess staying up late. I'm just getting old. Used to be like nothing. In college, I'd sleep maybe 4 hours at the most a day. But Nowadays I need my 8, my beauty rest. So where's everybody from in the room? You guys want to give a shout out so we kind of know where everyone's at? This is a Golden Age Hawkman sketch, or it will be. I should text the guy. Let him know we can watch it. Maybe we'll watch it later. So I'm just getting back into Twitch streaming. I want to thank everyone for hopping on board, watching, spending your end of the July 4th weekend holiday with me. This is at times the life of a comic book artist. It's not as glamorous as it all appears. I think a lot of guys will attest that we spend a lot more time drawing. It's a very labor, time-intensive career. Last night we talked about breakfast. Towards the end I was getting very hungry. That is another pitfall of working at home and working late hours, is the temptation to want to eat late at night. That's how you get a big belly. What I'm doing here is I had started this Hawkman sketch last night. Realized that it was a little bit too big for the piece of paper. Instead of redrawing it, I'm going to keep it, but I'm going to transfer it over onto an 11 by 17. The other paper was 11 by 14. I'm using Strathmore. This sheet actually has the comic book guidelines. I usually don't ever use this kind of paper unless it's for a commission. I think it looks maybe nicer for the client. Actually, most of my comic book covers I buy my own paper. I don't use the DC paper. I hear it's getting a little bit better, but there was a period of time where the quality of the paper kept changing. I prefer to use smooth plate, Bristol board. Even the stuff that I buy in the stores too, it's very disappointing. The quality of Strathmore is just fluctuates. You know, if you get a nice batch, then I buy like 8 or 10, complete books of Bristol board, because you never know if the next batch is going to be as smooth. Sometimes it's kind of toothy, rough, and I tend to erase a lot when I draw, so I like having a smooth plate. It's all personal preference. Some other guys like rougher paper. I also use, when I ink, I use microns, so I'm not a great inker. And not that people that use microns aren't great inkers, just not traditionally taught in terms of using brush, pen. What do you mean, Yochi, changing for the better or worse? You mean going digital? Or and Excuse me. Quality of the paper. Oh yeah, usually it's changed for the worse. My understanding from what I heard, and this is again secondhand hearsay, a company got bought out, or they had a new formula for the paper. Maybe they're trying to be more cost efficient, but it's just wildly inconsistent. So I guess quality of the paper, it's just, if I want smooth plate, and it's toothy, and it's just a little bit, I want to know that there's a major difference between smooth plate and vellum. So you kind of two paper choices when it comes to Bristol board. That there should be a difference, and the smooth plate should be smooth and not have a lot of ridges on it, because if you're when I draw, especially with a mechanical pencil, usually it's a 05 or 03. It's a very fine lead. I'm using a 2H lead, so it's not very soft. I draw and I erase a lot. I want to make sure that when I erase all the line work, it doesn't create these divots on the board, so that when I go back and ink later, it doesn't affect the ink lines, because then there'll be like little grooves from the previous pencil marks. Yeah, I have no idea what's going on. Again, what I know is hearsay. Could be completely wrong. I just noticed that there have been times where I've bought the paper. I usually go to Blick, and this is the closest art store. Well, it's not that close, but go to Blick, because they'll have all this other stuff that I'm going to need to get. And when I'm running out, I'll buy, stack. I'll feel it. If it's rough, I might just need to buy one or two and wait for the next shipment. If it's great, then I'll buy like 8 or 10. I remember, well, the companies usually supply paper for you, for the artists. Image had I think they had the best paper back then. I mean, Valiant had okay paper. Valiant was still somewhat toothy. I used to work for Valiant when I first started. The image paper but it was also super thick. So I tend to like to use a light box. And that made it very difficult, because I had to draw very dark on the back in order for the image to come through on the light box. So this was the original sketch yesterday. I am just really transferring it onto a larger piece. It's going to be cutting off his legs, so it's as if he's flying through the clouds. I mean, I think most companies still, but again, the last two issues I've drawn, the Teen Titans issues, are all digital now. So I'm being very environmentally conscious. But back in the day, and this was just maybe up until a few years ago, I think since I was drawing Green Lantern Corps, I've been using my own paper. So that might have been 2.5 years on Green Lantern Corps, half a year on, oh no, then 2 years, no, 1.5 years on Green Lantern Corps, 2.5 years on Batman Beyond. That's 4 years, plus half a year on Nightwing, then a year on Titan Tina, so 5, 6, almost 6 years ago. And the DC paper looks nice. You know, it has like a little DC logo on the corner. I don't know how much of a difference it makes to a lot of people. Yeah, so we'll have to see. I mean, there's no more original art. There's no art to see, to look at, to hold. Once we go digital, that's it. I've been doing all the rough drawings on digital for the last however many years, for a while now. Also, before, when I would draw traditionally, after I scanned in the page to hand off, to actually upload to the colorist Marcello, who lives in Brazil, Marcello Maiolo, I would do an additional round of work digitally, backgrounds, details, redraws. Sometimes I'd be drawing something and I realize it's not coming out well, but I'm already pretty much done with it, and I will move to just finish it and then redraw it on digitally as opposed to redrawing it on paper. Most of it is just for efficiency purposes. But when you guys are starting out, I would highly recommend redrawing it the right way all at once. When you're drawing comics on a monthly book, you really have to factor in efficiency, time, to make, I mean, the object is to make the best book possible, and but you're also given a set amount of time, and you need to make the best of it. So if you're already pretty much done and there's some slight things that you want to adjust, instead of redrawing it completely, you need to, it's probably more efficient to do it on the computer. The reason I say for amateurs, if you're starting out, because ultimately what you're going to do is, well, you're showing your digital samples, but you're also going to be showing perhaps maybe your original art in your first, if you have an interview in person, and that's going to have to stand out on its own. I feel like if you're looking for, if you're trying to meet editors and stuff in person. Now, if you're this year and age, everything's digital, so maybe it is not as important. That's something I guess you guys would have to ask an editor what they would prefer. I mean, for me, old school, I still feel like whatever it is you have to do, you should make sure that your drawing and everything is very solid. Ultimately, the most important thing is the finished art. Yeah, I mean, it's different too, you know, animation studios, every studio, every workplace, animation is slightly different than comics, slightly different than storyboards, slightly different than concept design, slightly different than video games, slightly different than storyboards, advertising, illustration, book illustration, children's book illustration. Every field has similarities but also differences. Some are still more traditional in terms of initially getting your foot in the door, but then once you get your foot in the door, it's a different act. It's a whole different process. It's I mean, Stefan's work, I haven't seen it work in process. I've seen it, the finished stuff in books. I think his stuff is all digital, right? And there's a particular energy to it. There's a sensibility that, the technology is a tool, but there's still the skill set behind the artist, the talent that's still there, that is undeniable. So I think I'm pretty close to starting on inks. I might need to do, excuse me, crossover check. I'm going to make his pants a little bit longer. He's wearing because then those old school guys, you see those wrestlers, they all had like the longer, almost boxer briefs. Yeah, I think when it comes to commissions, a lot of it is just personal preferences. Some people have different favorite characters. Some people have a collection of different characters that they like, and a collection of the same character but drawn by different artists, so you can see different variations. That really, the style of the artist can kind of help fluctuate, change, provide a nice, you always wonder, like, oh, what if this actor were to play this character? Or what if this artist were to do this drawing? What if this singer were to sing this song? What would they bring differently to, what is on paper, on sheet paper, on sheet music, the same exact notes, but what is the artistic interpretation? Anyone ever asked me to draw a comic book character nude for a commission? I don't think so. I do think that there were some that were like a little risque or weird. Most of the time I turned down. I mean, I would turn them all down. The thing with this is you get a good, at least you can turn down stuff that you don't want to do. So, see, the Golden Age guy doesn't have these whiskers, I think. I'm looking at this Golden Age archive edition cover, and well, it's smaller. Sometimes there's also a balance when you're doing these characters, because visually there's certain things that might be the basis of why you like a particular character to begin with, And then if that detail is not expressed somehow in the commission with a drawing, there might be a slight level of disappointment. And it's little details like Hawkman's things that come down here. And I could probably tell you, like, when the artist first drew it, they probably didn't even, think about it. I mean, when you draw a character for a book, over the course of the run, some of those characters eventually evolve and change slightly. Some of their outfits, some of their costumes, whether it's you're getting used to drawing certain things certain way, you like the particular look of something as you continue to go. Like for Teen Titans, Robin started in a particular, his uniform started for me fairly standard to the Damian Wayne Robin from before, although I had changed up. Sometimes they had the yellow, like I guess their buttons thing, they would have 1, 2, and 3 would be uniformly spread out. I did the 2 up top and then 1 towards the middle. Some people also, he had a side ribbing that would come down. I used to love ribbing. I still do, but and some people would draw that like with a very thick black line, and sometimes I just draw one line, if at all. The 2 things that I've kept are the diagonal straps that come up here, although I still really haven't figured out what they are. I think they're more, to me, straps that kind of hold some of his belt, or also maybe for compression purposes. I always try to keep like an athletic kind of uniform approach to a lot of these superhero uniforms, because if you think about it, they're doing very much basically the same thing, right? It's all athletic, physical abilities, and then trying to, let's see, how does this come out? You guys are also looking at this. We're looking at it from 2 different angles. I'm looking at it from my angle, then you guys are looking at it from the angle of the camera, which is also slightly different. Sometimes the angle that you sit at might distort. So what I like to do is flip the piece over. Now see, his head is, I think his head is way too big when I flip it over. So I'm gonna redraw his head. Give him more tension right here on the stomach line, more twist. One artist I think does really excels at this torsion of the body is Bart Sears. This is tremendous. And all of his figures and bodies, they're always twisting and turning. It's training, even for me doing it now. I'm just sitting down, exerting a lot of energy doing it. Oh, there goes the head. If you can draw it once, you can draw it twice. Maybe. I think Jim Lee said that in one of his streams. Yeah, and Batman Beyond. Sorry, going back to the costume changes. Batman Beyond changed up. Well, that was a lot of it. Some of that was just story based. Dan had a particular vision. Dan Jurgens had a particular vision for the Batman Beyond uniform. In the cartoons animated series, it had a particular look. I think some of that also is just it lended itself to being more efficient in terms of animation. In animation, they tend to, or back in the days, we're talking about like the 90s and stuff. They try to simplify a lot of the design work. Not too many different lines, because then if you're drawing it, it's all hand drawn. It would take a ton of time. How do I get rid of this? Is there a way to get rid of this light thing going on? Yoshi, do you know? Is there a particular adjustment to the camera I can make? Or are we just stuck? This is like the old TV series. Whenever you see the monitors in the background of a movie or TV, or usually TV, you'll see this kind of thing going on. It's just this the fluorescent light that's underneath the light box, and how this camera is positioned or whatever it's shooting at it. It does that. You see that in old TV shows, right? You see, like, if you see a television in the background of an old TV show, it'll have this same kind of effect. I just hope nobody throws up when they're watching this. This is an old light box too. I've had this light box since I started drawing comics. I bought this at Pearl Paint. It's no longer there in Canal Street. See it in the peripheral on the screen and on the screen here, so it's a little annoying me. Yeah, the light box is probably, this light box right here is probably older than a lot of people watching on Twitch right now. I say this light box is like maybe like 27 years old. It's still working. Knock on. Is there a piece of? Here's a piece of wood. Knock on wood. This is actually probably plastic to make it look like wood. This has lasted me all these many years, through many journeys and travels. I used to take this on the road. I have to take this thing. This thing is thick. It's like this thick. It's heavy. All replaced by an iPad. So anyways, yeah, so Batman Beyond, the uniform, his outfit changed because of the storyline. But also, like, when I first jumped on, I made his eyes a little bit, in the animated series, his eyes were just basically his eyes. But then I made it a little bit larger, because I felt like if his suit was nanotech, and it kind of like grows on him, right? That suit should also have technology. So, and you would want to maybe be a little bit more futuristic in appearance, maybe a little bit more non-human in appearance, so that it's a little bit more frightening. I mean, the basis of Batman's outfit is fear, right? His initial outfit, his initial costume, was designed in a way to strike fear in the bad guys. So, I thought, okay, we'll keep the ears, make it pointy, also maybe define it in a more three-dimensional way, but also make his eyes a little bit more angular but longer. And then when it became the battle version of the suit, then had more red, red lines, red streaks coming out, almost like veins, to indicate kind of the threat level of his suit. So, so went through like a few different variations on the Batman Beyond suit when I was drawing it. That's always the most fun part too. When you're drawing Batman Beyond, it's also like a sci-fi book, because it's futuristic. You have to design the buildings, the vehicles. So when you get to design the outfits, if you guys check out my Instagram page, I have a couple I've posted on there. Steve Bernard Chang. I posted on there maybe like last year or so, some designs of old Batman Beyond outfits. Also Robin Beyond. Eventually his Terry McGinnis' little brother, becomes Robin. And then also the villains, the headquarters, Gotham, Neo-Gotham. The early storylines of my Batman Beyond run with Dan Jurgens takes place after Brother Eyes decimated the world. So there's a lot of destruction. It's interesting to kind of design the future, but then also kind of like, thank you very much, Yoji. Yoji is kind of like my moderator. My honorary moderator. I'll get you a drink next time I catch you at a show somewhere. Hawkman's mask is somewhat difficult to draw. And again, like yesterday, some of this for me is, a lot of this for me is working on that muscle to draw and talk at the same time. I'm going to try to talk as much as I can. I always feel like it's more interesting, especially on Twitch, to have some kind of interaction while the guy's working, artist is working. I've never really been a person to just like to watch someone work. I don't know, even in school. I remember I had a class once, I will not say the teacher's name, I did not really like him. But one day he came in and he just started painting, and he expected the students to just stand around him and watch him paint. And most of the students did that. I mean, they stood there and they were like ooh and eyeing. I'm like, come on, dude. I'm gonna try to maybe go to Baltimore. I don't know. I would like to. It's one of my favorite shows. I haven't been there in a while, a few years. October is. Get another reference of this mask. You guys can't see right in front of me. I have a monitor to my right. I have an iMac, so it's another 21-inch monitor, 21, 22. I have another workstation to my left. That is another iMac that I'm running the OBS and basically streaming off of. And that computer has Cintiq 22 HD, and then this also doubles as my drawing space. So my drawing space, but then now that I'm drawing on the iPad, basically this is the amount of room that I need. Yes, definitely crab cakes. Is the ESPN zone still there in downtown Harbor? Or I'm assuming it's been since closed. It was so long ago. Yoji, do you ever make it out to Los Angeles? Looking at this Hawkman changes. And I have two birds, so I should be able to get this right. Right? Oh, it is. The first time I was in Baltimore, I was there when I was working at Disney Imagineering. We had done an exploratory trip, a group of this team that I was working on. We were working on a top secret project, which I still cannot divulge, because it still hasn't come out yet. And we were doing a trip around the U.S., looking at different properties and looking at different tourist destinations, and also just American landmarks. Part of that trip was to New York. We went to D.C. I think we went to Philly. And we went to Baltimore. We went to the ESPN zone in the Bay Area, that Inner Harbor area. And yeah, we stayed near. There was like a basketball arena, I think. Is that still there? I'm not sure. But anyways, we went to visit the ESPN zone because that was one of the first ESPN zones in the country. It was the time when they were trying to do like themed entertainment in a more localized setting. And it was my first time in Baltimore. I remember walking to a bar, and then there was a patron in the bar, and she was like, "Wow, I can't believe you walked here from your hotel." But hey, I went to school in New York and Brooklyn, Clinton Hill, back when it was Murder Hill. Just got to be aware of your surroundings all the time. figure out how this mask works. His ear is exposed. I'm just trying to do all this pencil work so that when I'm making, I don't have to figure out anything. It'll just be very brainless, mindless work. Yeah, I would say Baltimore. And I think we went to a restaurant near one of the universities. Oh, and I would go to Baltimore Comic Con. Every year we'd go to the Little Italy area. I remember they had some really nice restaurants. They had one place that had really awesome cannolis and gelatos. And then you'd have to get back in your car and drive. But the last time I went was maybe a few years ago. It didn't seem that bad. We walked most of downtown, the Inner Harbor area. I do wish I never got to see I would like to go see an Orioles game, Camden Yards. Although I'm not that much into baseball anymore. So, I used to be a diehard Montreal Expos fan. Every year at the end of the season, I would go spend a week in Montreal and catch the last two homestands of the Expos that year, all the way up until the year that they relocated. It was great because I was born in Montreal, so it was an opportunity for me to, explore my homeland, my hometown. We moved before I turned 1, so I really didn't get to know much about my hometown. So going there it's always a great opportunity to walk around, explore. It's a very walkable town, especially in the fall and summer. Yeah. Camden Yards led the revitalization and kind of the design of these ballparks in Major League Baseball when it came out. It's like a retro park. Whereas up until then, everybody had been building these kind of futuristic ones, or more modern ones. Let's say futuristic. Why does the Hawkman have like hair? Does he have like hair on his chest hair? Or would it be feathers? And if he doesn't have, is he like completely bald? Who knows about the history of Hawkman? I just like the look of the character. I never really understood or know much about the history of the character. Background. See, now I want another Taiwanese breakfast burrito. I don't know if it's just drawing Hawkman has something to do with hunger. breakfast. Doesn't have any wrist guards, nothing. Just nakedness up top. Let me know if my drawing is going off camera or off screen. Yoji, did you catch Jim Lee's stream earlier today? And who are some people that you watch on Twitch? Sometimes I don't even want to ink it. Just want to go leave it like this. This version is just one single stripe down. Although it looks like when it gets here, like a talent. It's interesting. Domostatin. Is he on right now? Wow. Does he talk during the stream? To do 2.5 pages? Do 2 pages a day? Monday through Thursday. Let me write his name down. Check it out next time. Domostatin. Okay. Piece of paper. Okay. Wow. 2 pages a day. Is he drawing traditionally or digitally? Does his own inks. I think the next generation of artists is going to be a lot more digital guys, which is fine. I think it's great to see evolution, evolving. Tried drawing issue 21 on Twitch last year, I just found that having to cover up panels, so I didn't want to show the entire page, was just too distracting. So, but if you can do it, I think I'm gonna make his, this is golden age. Hey Yoji, do you also know what button to push? Can I see who's watching the stream right now? I can't seem to figure that out. You're like my Twitch whisperer, my Yoda of Twitch. I'm gonna make his belt a little bit higher. This is an old school guy, right? Okay, bottom right there is a gear and 3 dashes. Click on the 3 dashes. Oh, okay. So those are all the people that were on here or on here. Okay. Thanks, dude. That's another drink on me. So far, I think I owe you like a gallon. Do you have a drink of choice? I might go broke. Golden Key Hawkman is, sometimes his wings look like hair. How they rendered it. Water or beer? Beer? Okay. What kind of beer? There's an image of Hawkman taking off his mask. Whoa. Mind blown. Hawkgirl was also used to be very hot. Something about the mask. Alright, back to Hawkman. Focus. gonna make it like wings. Pull up some reference for hawk wings. I wonder if hawk wings are different than eagle wings, different than parrotlet wings, and or if anyone is going to notice the difference. Do not be afraid to use Google image search. You know, when I first started drawing comics in the 1900s, we didn't have, well, we did have the internet, but it wasn't as robust as what it is now. I mean, it was AOL, and you had to pay to sign on, and every minute that you were on, you were basically given a monthly, hourly allowance, and then anything over that, you had to pay extra. So it wasn't like you'd go online and like hang out all day. Yeah, so we had to go to the library. You know, this concept of a library was much more part of everyday life. Go to the library, dig through encyclopedias, magazines, books, find what you wanted, Xerox them. It was about 10 cents a copy. Sometimes the Xerox machine was a piece of shit, so you'd have to like Xerox the thing like maybe 2 or 3 times because it came out like, you know, all dark and you couldn't see anything. And then you could take your stack of like reference Xeroxes, maybe check out a book or two. You could only check out like 1 or 2 books, and then go home and then start working. So now with the luxury of the internet, it's all at your fingertips. I wonder if I would ever go to the library if I was a kid now too. I mean, I used to go to the library. I used to go to the library after school every day. I mean, I was like a nerd. I still am. But I'd go there, do my homework, because it was clean, it was air conditioned. And then I'd go read like encyclopedias after I was done with my homework. Just flip through encyclopedias, find an article, like, oh, this is interesting, read about it. Look at the drawings or pictures. At one point, I had an Encyclopedia Britannica. I had a complete set at home, so then I didn't have to go to the library. Now the library is like very different than before when I was a kid. So, like I think here in LA, there's a homeless issue with people staying in the library. I mean, it's a public space. You certainly have, you know, every right to be there. But I'm wondering, as a kid now, how safe or how efficient it would be to go there every day after school, especially when a lot of the information that you go to the library for, you can get online now. So it's kind of sad. So. But also, yeah, like I think when I moved here to LA, I would go to the Burbank Library. This kind of started like I think in junior. Well, no, I mean I'd go to library in my elementary school days. So I was like 10, 8. Well, even when I was younger, I'd go to, yeah. But then in junior high, I was part of a gifted program, and then we would go to the library and they would give us tasks to look up stuff based off of their Dewey Decimal System, whatever, You have to like do research, all these kind of research projects. So you have to look up all this. So that was kind of fun. It was like a detective. So I was very well versed in the library system. Coincidentally, Pratt, the school that I went to, college I went to, has a major in library sciences. You could actually become a librarian if you went to Pratt. Because Pratt has one of the oldest libraries in New York City or Brooklyn on campus. It was beautiful. It's a beautiful library. Supposedly, the claim to fame there is also, aside from being the oldest library, public library in Brooklyn, or one of the, or New York City, they also shot Debbie Does Dallas in the Stacks section. That was for Sean. If Sean's watching, he would have really enjoyed that moment. So yeah, you know, I'm kind of torn. Like, libraries are beautiful institutions, places where you can have access to all these books, reference materials. Now, I mean, you can even rent movies and DVDs and comics. You know, did a signing in a library, Anaheim Library. I think I'm doing too much penciling, and I should just do the rest of this in inks. Just kind of figure it out. And his mace, that's what is that thing called? The ball with the stick? Excuse me. I'm very gaseous today. I don't know why. Oh. Maybe it has something to do with this. Anything else you see I should be doing? You see the face on here? Oh, it's a sword. Man, he just made more work for me. Fuck the sword. The sword got knocked out mid-battle. Now he's left with the mace. Does this thing have like a handle at the bottom? Does it have spikes on it? Ball with a stick sometimes has spikes. Let's see if I can find a picture of it. If I can find a golden age picture of it. It's not golden age unless he has the eyeballs, the pupils. Wow. Okay, well, this is Alright, this is a moment where I'm going to take artistic liberty and say that my version of Golden Age in my universe he's got some spikes on this bad boy. After I'm done with this, depending on the time, I think I've already spent too much time on this commission. I need to work on a cover, and then also need to do some layouts later tonight. It's going to be a packed evening of drawing, not all of which I can show you guys. But if you go to the if you have Instagram, you go to my Instagram page. Yes, Cover for Titans. If you go to my Instagram page, you can see some of the process videos for the last issue. I posted some time-lapse videos of drawings that I did on Procreate. There's a nice little feature that records every stroke, condenses it down to a nice 30-second movie. And actually, for the next issue 32, I didn't realize that they had the recording function until like halfway through 31. So 32, what happened in 31 was I did the layouts first on in a separate file, and then I copy pasted it into the final file that I did the drawings on. In 32, I did everything on the same file, so you can actually see the entire process from blank piece of paper, layout, through pencils and inks. Pencils and digital inks. The Bernard chain, not Barnard. But thank you though, Yoji. Barnard is my doppelganger. Growing up in Indiana, I would be called Barnyard. As a being poked fun of. People would call me a barnyard. I didn't know what a barnyard was, so it didn't really hurt that much. It still hurt a little bit, but just not that much. You can see that I'm reflecting on those moments right now. Barnyard. I guess kids like just think of names that sound like your name. Think of things that sound like your name. I mean, barnyard's not really even an insult, is it? Whatever. Yeah, well, I grew up in West Lafayette. My dad, when my family immigrated to the States, my dad was hired as a professor of chemistry at Purdue University. I still have a lot of friends that I keep in touch with from there. Not everyone called me Barnyard. Actually, I've been back to Purdue last 2 years now, consecutively, for a small comic book show. And there were actually, some Asian kids there because, there was faculty and there was students that were from Taiwan. The thing. Here's the other thing: is back in the day. Back in the day, I say back in my days. We would be. The terminology would be Chinese American. But now, if you say Chinese American, it's more about like mainlanders, 大陆人. But because most of the Chinese that would be able to come to the United States were Chinese living in Taiwan. The people from the Nationalist Party that had fled to Taiwan after the Civil War in China. But I think in more recent years, maybe in the last 8 to 10 years, 8 years or so, when you say Chinese American, it's more associated with mainlanders, whereas now more recognized as a Taiwanese American. And differences, and Taiwan, not Thailand. Taiwanese Americans. Taiwan is a independent island country, and they actually is a democracy. I've been to mainland China twice, and it's a very interesting trip going back to mainland China. I went 2010 and 2011, I think. And it was very interesting because it's having I lived in Taiwan until I was 6. I've been back to Taiwan maybe a handful of times since. Most recently earlier this year. Last year I was back 2 times. My father had passed away in Taiwan, so we had to go back. He was sick, and then we had to go back, and then he passed away. So I was there for a little bit initially when he was in the hospital, and then had to come back for work, and then he passed away. I had to go back again for the funeral. But China is a very different place than Taiwan. I mean, the big thing is just so everyone looks like me, right? So growing up in America, in Indiana, there were some, but still in school, there weren't that many Asian Americans or Asian kids, and but then my mother and I moved down to Miami when I was 10. In Miami, there were like none. So there might be like one other Asian kid in the entire school, 1 or 2 other Asian kids, maybe a Filipino kid or a Vietnamese kid. I remember I had a Japanese kid that in elementary school who moved back to Japan. And we got along because we're like the only 2 Asian kids in the whole school. So, but going to China or Taiwan, China was like, man, it was just massive. And the thing with China is just the amount of people there. You don't even really experience here. Imagine going to Disney World or Disneyland on a busy day, and it's just packed, right? You gotta wait in line. There's just a lot of people around, but then everyone is also Chinese or Asian, and it was just it was different. And I think it's great to actually connect in some ways. You learn more about the culture and history. Growing up in Taiwan as a kid, you're taught a particular version of history, of events that transpired. And when you get older, other things come out. You realize certain aspects of what happened. um, and you learn more. But at the end of the day, I think we're all human. We all share very similar desires and wants. Did you ever go back for like a summer camp, Yoji, in Korea? When I was like 15, I went back. They have a summer camp in Taiwan for ABCs. Again, ABCs, American Born Chinese, where Asian American kids that were born here would go back and spend 6 weeks living in a college dorm, college campus, taking classes every day. Classes like Chinese classes or Chinese music, Chinese calligraphy, kung fu, Chinese history. I don't know. I don't know if we had history class, but something like that. Basically, you learn about the culture, where your parents came from, your ancestral roots, and then every weekend they would take you to a different part of the country, and explore all the wonders and beauty. Taiwan is actually a tremendously beautiful country. The island itself is very diverse. There's many different aspects. If you've only visited Taipei, it's only one small area. It's the capital, Taiwan, but there are many other cities that have many different kind of features, special, how do you call it? Like local, there's a whole other local aspect to it. Like I just watched a Taiwanese movie, before the Japanese occupation. There used to be these Aboriginal, well, there still are Aboriginal Chinese, but Aboriginal Taiwanese, but they were also, living in the mountains and like the stuff you never learned that in school. So, I guess maybe you will learn it eventually if I stayed in Taiwan. Yeah, and the summer camps in Taiwan, they would call them love boats because, well, not the one I went to, but there was another bigger one in Taipei. Usually it was like college students. They would call it love boat because usually like people go there to hook up and meet their potential mate. I was 15, so way too young. But I still keep in touch with some of the friends that I met that summer, and I think if I were to ever have a kid, I would really encourage them to do summer camps, sleepaway camps. I think it really instilled a sense of independence and maturity at a certain point. Living by yourself, living with different people, having to sleep in the same room with different people, take a shower in a shower, sharing a lot of different things, losing your comfort level, but also forcing yourself to adapt to new environments, new people. You have to make friends, new friends. I think that summer in Taiwan was somewhat transformative for me. I remember the first week or so, I had, made friends with one or two, this group, and I was kind of friendly with everyone. But then there was one kid that I was like kind of getting close with, but he was younger than me, and I think I might have done something where, I kept referring to, oh, you can't do this because you're too young, more in a joking kind of way, because we lived in a college, we stayed in a college campus, but it was adjacent to a major city. So we had almost unrestricted access to that city. But then at times I would hang out with another group and like, oh, you can't hang out with us because you're too young. And he was only maybe a year or two younger than me. And somehow at some point, it kind of ticked him off. And we got into some kind of fight where he said something to me. And, I didn't realize I was being kind of a jerk to him in that respect. And I've always felt bad about it. But then on the other hand, it wasn't like I was making fun of him. I didn't call him barnyard. It was just I think, from my perspective, from what I remember, it was more about playful teasing. But he didn't like it, and then we kind of went our separate ways, and then I started hanging out more with this other group the rest of the summer. So that's the shit you go through when you're 15, teenager. I always wonder what that guy's up to now. I think when I was younger, I was also very much more conservative. In a sense, now I find myself to be very, what I think is liberal or progressive, but with particular aspects of being conservative and, working hard and doing the right thing. Being responsible for your own actions. And I don't even know if that's really conservative values or if that's just human values that everyone should have. That's how I feel about it. But yeah, the hierarchical system, I think when you're younger and you're Asian, you tend to, growing up in America, I think I formed my own idea or concept of what an Asian American is or what it is to be Asian, and a lot of it was derived from, fortunately and unfortunately, kung fu movies. So those were the only Asian media that I would be able to see on TV once a week on Sundays, channel 33, I believe, Kung Fu Theater. And there's always this sense of honor and pride and family, and but also when you're watching movies and you're using that as a basis, it's not the best thing, I don't think. So yes, I've mellowed out through missteps in life. Alright, I think we should move to inking before I start crying. Because then the salty tears, is going to fuck up the paper. And we know how paper smoothness is very important to me in terms of drawing. Your cousin failed a grade. Man, your parents must have been pissed. That's right. I mean, Dave Cho, like punched himself and had blood, his own blood on one of his pieces. Like, that's a level of commitment to his craft. I might sneeze on this and get like some booger DNA. I've been burping a lot, so I'm sure there's actually some saliva particles. You might be able to use this piece and clone. Hawkman also has a shield. Come on, Yoji, why didn't you tell me he had a shield? Oh, I was lost in battle. I mean, that shield could have covered up this whole area. I would not have had to draw his arm. Next time. Does he have one of these handle things like Thor? Like one of these... Sure, why not, right? I mean, the Comics Code of America is not going to come and say, uh-oh, Golden Age Hawkman did not have this. Alright, man. Alright, Yoji said no, more of a modern thing. See, if you're watching this at a later date, you gotta say, hey man, you can influence an actual drawing, and there's like no Game of Thrones there. I'm wondering if I should leave like this little hook thing to show that maybe there was, but then it got taken away, or just that it's just a blunt end. Alright, and he actually doesn't even have like a hawk symbol on his chest. It's just a red dot. Right? Just a red dot. Keep it simple. Yeah, just a red dot. Perfect. Is he bulletproof? Put some birds in there. Okay. I think we can move to inking. Yeah, that's good. Well, I made it kind of like a beveled piece. You know, it's just like a red felt thing. It's better if it's like a beveled metallic. He just hadn't hired a designer yet to design his logo. But he does have a nipple. 2 nipples. There we go. Okay. I'm looking at the piece on the screen. Sometimes here's another tip. If you're not sure what's wrong with your drawing, take a picture of it with your phone and then look at the image on the phone that's much smaller. And if you do that, you actually be able to see some deficiencies right away. Somehow when you compress the image, and it becomes smaller, it's easier to see where some of the mistakes might have been. Like right now, I think his hand is maybe a little bit too big compared to this hand, because this hand is technically closer to you. Fudge. Spending way too much time on this drawing. I need a cooking timer. Part of it is also just talking. Can't focus. There. Hawkman has his little pinky out a little bit because he's having an afternoon tea. Okay, and let's see if this was a shadow. Maybe, yes. But if it comes out great, then some other people might ask for a Hawkman drawing. I gotta come up with a... Actually, the second time will be easier, because then I've drawn it once already. A lot of times it's the first one. Like some guy had me, wanted me to draw Shatterstar, and that took forever, because even though it's a fairly simple design, I'd never drawn him before. I had to look him up, make sure what his headpiece looks like from the front, side, and back. I like to be very precise about some of these things. Okay. I'm always weirded out by drawing armpit hair. Okay. Cover the rest of this up by smoke or clouds. Here we go. All right. Got it. Right. Hopefully next time I stream I'll get my green screen working so I can knock this out and you can see the rest of the drawing on this side. And then there'll be a floating mic. What does the Rob Liefeld Hawkman look like? Okay, ink pens. Focus. Start with I'm use a 008 and a 005. Oh, sorry, 08 and a 005. These are going to be my two inking pens of choice. 005 for the face. The face of the Hawkman. Looking at the nib, and it looks a little. Oh, this one. Tell you what, let's splurge and open a new pen. Oh, this is brush. I buy my pens in bulk. But now that I'm going digital, I don't need to buy that many more microns. Sell your micron stock. Okay, I have a drawer to my right, file cabinet. Opening up a new box. .005. Nice. Let's start with the head. If I fuck up the head, then I start all over. So no talking while I'm drawing the head. Otherwise, this is the most important part. Right here. If I mess this up, I'm gonna have to do a new drawing. It would really suck if I have to do a new drawing. If I mess up, I'm probably not gonna work on this again for tonight, so I gotta stay on schedule. This is kind of a more modern Golden Age Hawkman. You know what I should do is like call up another artist that's drawn Hawkman and see if they have any advice. That would be kind of cool. Fortunately, it's done. Next time. Then at the end, we'll add some coffee wash. I have prepared yesterday's coffee left over. I didn't throw it out. It was sitting in a mug. Ready to This is a very delicate portion right here. excuse me if I'm not talking as much. Get this drawing right. This is a make or break moment. Everything else I can fix with whiteout. Jim Chung or Jim Lee? Or Jim Carrey, since he's an artist now too. You know, I think it's kind of funny too. I used to also like Hawkman on Buck Rogers. I thought he had a really cool design. Hawkman on, was it Hawkman or Hawk? Was it just Hawk on Buck Rogers? Meanwhile, everyone's like, "What's Buck? Who's Buck Rogers?" Beady 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 beady. Man. I used to love Buck Rogers. I even had a toy Starfighter at one point. Colonel Deering. Super hot. Had a major crush on her. I had a Tweaky. Is it Tweaky toy? I think that thing's like a super collectible because that was like really hard to find. Just happened to be at the Montgomery Sears toy section when I went. Unfortunately, I think the neighbor's kid has all that stuff now. I mean, those would be super collectible items. Yeah. So Buck Rogers was Gil Gerard, is that right? Or Adventures in the 25th Century? An astronaut in the year 1989 or something like that. Not even that far. In a space shuttle was on a mission to the moon or somewhere. An accident caused his shuttle to veer off course. He was frozen in time. Woke up in the 25th century. Earth had been decimated by atomic war, but New Chicago survived. Yeah. Hawk, Hawk was I guess they ran out of stories to do on Earth, so then they set off on a what is it, the USS Discovery or something, which was like a weird looking ship, had a big globe in the front. Hawk became one of Buck Rogers' closest friends, even though Buck Rogers killed his wife. That's one forgiving person. And the original Battlestar Galactica, yes, the original Battlestar Galactica. Although Battlestar Galactica 1980 was shit. But the original Battlestar Galactica was awesome. And the Incredible Hulk, I would watch that. And Wonder Woman. The Incredible Hulk was always sad because he never found his antidote. You always leave with always end an episode with David Banner walking off hitchhiking. I mean, that would never fly today, right? I think I like that. Looks kind of feathery. I think after I finish this sketch, I'll eat dinner and then start my second shift. I'm not going to be able to stream that, so I'm working on a Teen Titans cover. Battlestar Galactica was really good. Buck Rogers, I love the Starfighters. I thought they were really cool on design. They had a double seat Starfighter and a single seat Starfighter. I think they used the same shuttle as Battlestar Galactica in a couple episodes. You know, the shuttle that fly out. Even the enemy, the Draconian ships were cool. I don't really remember a lot more about it. The Hawk ship was awesome because it had these talons. And then, actually, yeah, I guess Buck Rogers didn't kill Hawk's wife. Hawk kind of killed his own wife, but Buck Rogers had kidnapped his wife and had her in the back seat of his Starfighter. And when he went down and tried to clamps onto the Starfighter, one of the talons like pierced her, and then she died. Still, I would be pissed if I was Hawk. I think if it came out today, modern day, the storyline would have been maybe Hawk befriends Buck Rogers to join teams to fight a greater threat. But then once that threat is eliminated, then Hawk turns on Buck. Yeah, the alien princess, she had I think all women had, like, you know, back then, really super skimpy outfits. You know, that, Star Trek. Battlestar Galactica in the movie, I think, or the first episodes, when they went on that alien Vegas planet, right, where they had all this gambling and stuff. Like, whatever happened there? Like, the Cylons didn't kill those people. They were keeping them around. Or did they kill them at the end? I don't remember. So it's not like they killed every human. As long as you're gambling, they'll let you live. Now the cover is going to be traditional. Still going to do the covers traditionally on 11x17. And I'm still debating whether I should do some pages traditionally if I'm home, but other pages digitally. I'd have to see. I'd have to gauge the schedule, how I'm feeling, if the moon and the stars are aligned. It will be a game time decision, a page time decision. But yeah, man, Battlestar Galactica was awesome. Yeah, me too. I love that episode where I think that was the last episode of Starbuck, right? I think he eventually died on that planet, or did he get off the planet? Was that the last episode of Starbuck, where it was narrated by Commander Adama? I don't know. I remember that I saw that once a long time ago when I was a kid. I was like, oh man, that's my favorite episode. I saw it again more recently, like a few years ago. Still held up. I mean, the Cylon had been slightly, like, I guess, reprogrammed because they crashed on a planet. They were fighting each other. It was a dogfight, and they both crashed on this planet. But he brought back a girl. I don't remember that part. Yeah, that one. Also, when they found Terra, the planet Terra, right? They turned into like all white uniforms. Thought that was cool. That might have been the start of the genesis of all these different uniform colorways. Color Rush, maybe whoever designed that for the NFL, maybe he was a big Battlestar Galactica fan, or even designers for college football. They have teams now wearing all white. So that was Battlestar Galactica for me. It was probably, well, definitely elementary school. But that was more Indiana. So pre-1980, around 80. 79, 78, 79, 80. I mean, back then there was a whole slew of like sci-fi movies that came out. The Black Hole. Disney had a movie called The Black Hole. There was like Krull. I don't know if I like Krull. The Dark Crystal. Dark Crystal I think is later. That's junior high. That's coming out on Netflix again. Used to watch that. I like that one. But other TV shows, used to watch. Yeah, Tron came out. Tron was during the start, probably junior high. So mid 80s, early 80s. Played a lot of video games, going to arcades. Got to learn how to stretch that quarter. I'd be given $1 or $2. It's my allowance for an afternoon in an arcade. Video games for 25 cents. Last Starfighter. I thought the Last Starfighter was pretty good, and it was I think it was the first CG movie where all the ships were built in CG. Last Starfighter. That was great. I like that. They should make that again. But yeah, you have to go to arcade. $2, 25 cents a game. So I learned how to play. Learn how to play Galaga. I could play Galaga for like an hour until I got bored of it. And another game called Sinistar. So Sinistar and Galaga were my two games. And then the Star Trek game came out. Love that game. And the Star Wars game where you had the controllers, but it was all like vector art. So the Star Wars one was all vector art too. But the Star Wars, you got to sit down in a console, and there was like a dial. They have like on the BMWs now where you dial turn. You turn that, and then you like fire. So I love that game. And skee ball. Oh yeah, thinking about it. A buddy of mine has he has like 4 or 5 of those games, I think, Star Wars console games. I was thinking about buying one. I wanted to buy one last year. It's my favorite game. And he buys them and then refurbishes them and makes them all nice and stuff, and like with original decals. But then I'm like, oh man, I ended up getting a Super Chex machine for my home. If you know what a Super Chex machine is, one of those hockey games where it's like a domed hockey and it's like a foosball game. But so now I don't think I have any room for another video game. Because originally, before I bought the Super Chex, I'd asked him if he was willing to sell one. And at first he wasn't. So then I started looking into Super Chex. Because I love Super Chex too. So okay, Galaga, Sinistar, Star Trek, Star Wars, skee ball, and Super Chex. Nice. I think around that time too, like Dragon's Lair came out, and Dragon's Lair was cool, but I never really got into it because it was such a timing based game that you had to push the buttons at the right time. And I think the one that I was playing, the game was closer to where during the summers, my parents got divorced. So, but the summers I would go and spend it at my dad's place in Indiana, and a few blocks from the home, there was I think it was a Chuck E. Cheese's. So that's where they had the Dragon's Lair. But I always felt that the game was rigged, or somehow where the calibration of the buttons weren't good. So I didn't really get into Dragon's Lair that much. And then there was Space Ace. Yeah, pretty much you just had to play. And it was expensive too, right? Yeah, it's like you said $1. It was more. Everything else was 25 cents. And Space Ace and Dragon's Lair were much more expensive. So then I had to figure I still only had $2. I'm wondering if I had a kid nowadays, if I let him like explore the town as freely as I was able to when I was younger. I mean, during the summer, it was like go out and then come back, make sure you're home for dinner. That was the criteria. I mean, if you think about it now, the world seems less safe, but then how are you going to teach the next generation to be self-sufficient if they aren't given freedoms that we had growing up? Yeah, I mean, I would take even in Miami. Well, in Indiana, I'd ride my bike. I'd ride my bike or I'd walk. And go to all these different places. In Miami, I'd ride the bus. I'd ride the freaking metro bus to go to school in the morning. Not the school bus, but the metro bus. Because the school bus picked us up too late. I had to get to the school early because I was a patrol guard. And then I would ride it to the library after school. Do my homework, read. They didn't have comic books in the library back then. I think if they did, I would have stayed much longer. And then I'd walk to where my mom worked. And along the way, there was a comic book store called Starship Enterprise. I don't think it's there anymore. And I'd stop in there and flip through some comics. Occasionally I'd buy something, but most of the time I was just flipping through. Those old comic book stores also had a great smell. Yeah. I'm sure the comic book store owner knew that, oh, this kid's coming in again, never buys anything, he just looks, he's gonna fuck up the comics, gonna bend the corners. This was all in the early to mid 80s. And it wasn't like, I mean, again, growing up in Miami, I was like the only Asian kid for miles. So I'm sure the store owner would be like, not this kid again. Greetings, Veritas. How are you doing tonight? Where are you streaming? Where are you viewing this from? Yoshi is my Yoda to Twitch, my guide, my spiritual guide. That's right, Barnyard Chang. Well, I don't think no one's going to call him Barnyard now, because we don't live, there's like no barns, right? I mean, that was back in Indiana, because farms were like all over the place. So I can kind of get that. Like once I moved to Miami, I was no longer Barnyard. Even when someone asked once, like I said, oh, they used to call me Barnyard. Like they would tease me with Barnyard. They're like, what is that? So I think it's regional. When it got down to Miami, it used to be like, oh yeah, hapon. Yes, good to see you again, Veritas. It's been a while. I think almost a year since I looked at the last stream. I think it was August of last year. So now I'm trying to get back on this. I have all this equipment that I purchased, webcams. They even have a green screen. Still haven't been able to figure out how to get the green screen to work. I think what I need to do is maybe buy some lights that will illuminate the room and space, so the green will come out green. Somehow the green is kind of grayish, so the chroma key thing is not really working. But also monthly books, yeah. It's very difficult to draw a monthly book while on Twitch. In part, some of the aspects of not being able to show certain images from the books because it hasn't come out yet. It just became very difficult and time consuming. When you finish comic book, you're so concerned about precision, quality of the work. Commissions, you can get away with a little bit more roughness. But I hope everyone out there has been reading comics. Hope you've been reading Teen Titans. It's the book I'm drawing right now. Written by Adam Glass. Adam was a former showrunner on Supernatural. Great guy. We get along very well. Also colored by Marcello Maiello. Marcello and I have been working together ever since Demon Knights, which was, I think, after my Supergirl run. This is a vintage Golden Age Hawkman commission. So what I think I'm going to do on these Twitch streams is just do commissions. Although actually I don't take a lot of commissions. San Diego's coming up. There are a couple pieces I wanted to do for San Diego. So I may be able to stream those. And then, based on schedule availability, see how I can continue streaming. I think I had really ambitious plans initially last year. Doing all these like sketch battles and skits, and it just became too much. now I think just keep it simple. Stream regularly if I can. And then go from there. I will be in San Diego. San Diego starts on the 17th and runs through the 21st, so it's actually 5 days. Because preview night is Wednesday night. First day of the show is Thursday. Thursday now is so packed. Thursday, Friday. By the time Saturday comes around, excuse me, most people are pretty exhausted from the show already. This will be my 28th, I think. 92, 93, 94, 95, 96, 92, 93, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 2001, 2002, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. 28th Comic-Con. The first Comic-Con was 92, but that I went as an amateur trying to find work. And then the second Comic-Con was the next year. I was already working for Valiant. So I'd gone to my first Comic-Con with John Paul Leon. John Paul and I were best friends in high school. And for college, he ended up going to School of Visual Arts, SVA, in Manhattan. I ended up going to Pratt Institute in Brooklyn. We both had a passion for comics, drawing. John Paul, through his friends at SVA, met Michael Davis. Michael Davis is a comic book artist, illustrator, creator of Static. This was before Static came out, though. Michael Davis suggested that John Paul and I go to San Diego, and where he took the two of us around and introduced us to all of his industry connections. He was very gracious. And at that show, at the end, the last day, just before we were about to head out to the airport, right by the exit was a booth for a company that just started recently at the time called Valiant. So I said, John, let's wait in line here. Been hearing a buzz about Valiant the entire weekend. And Domo went to SVA. SVA is a great school. School of Visual Arts, if you want to be an illustrator. I think this is one of the best programs they have. I mean, Walter Simonson and Mazzucchelli and Klaus Janson teaches there. So, I mean, John Paul had Simonson as one of his teachers. I mean, that's a dream. Anyways, yeah, so last day, last hour of the show, before we had to go to the airport, I said, hey, let's just wait in line. Let's go show our stuff to Valiant. I know there's a small company that, DC or Marvel, or Dark Horse, but it doesn't hurt. I got to show my work to Bob Layton. Bob looked at my stuff. He's like, great. When you get back to school in a couple months, this was August. San Diego Comic-Con was in August back then. give me a call, get some work for you. And at the time, Michael was about to launch Milestone Comics with imprint of DC. And John Paul and I were up for drawing Static. They were launching 4 books. So I might have said this in a previous stream. I'll repeat it again. So after Comic-Con, they decided to go with John Paul. I was crushed. And but Mike was like, don't worry, they'll have work for me. It'll only be a matter of time before I break in. John Paul had already drawn a RoboCop series for Dark Horse at that time, before he started Static. I think he might have done something else too. I'm not sure. I know in high school he did some drawings for Dungeons and Dragons TSR. I wonder if he still has those. Dwayne McDuffie was like, don't worry, when you get back to school in September, come by the office and we'll have some work for you. Like a fill-in issue or something. So when school started, I got back to New York. First week, went to Milestone's office, scheduled an appointment. Well, scheduled an appointment first with Dwayne. Met up with him. Dwayne's like, sorry, we don't have any work for you. We're so busy trying to launch our first 4 books. We have not written any fill-in issues yet, any inventory stories. So maybe in November, after the launch. So I was upset. I was pissed. I didn't want to wait. Every time someone said they would have work for me, there would be no work. So I got down to the first floor on the street, the office building. On the street, this is New York City. There's a payphone. Put in a quarter. Called Bob at Valiant. Bob was like, oh yeah, hey, when can you come in? And backtrack. So the Bob Layton story too. At San Diego, Bob looked at my stuff. He said, oh, love your work. I think I can, love your portfolio. I think I can find you some work when you get back to New York. I had back then prepared sample photocopies of my work. I said, okay, here's a set of my sample pages. He's like, oh no, I don't need them. And I was like, oh fuck. Everybody else took a sample packet, but Bob didn't. So I think he's just being nice, or But lo and behold, he meant what he said. When I showed up, called him, he said, okay, come in. I said, come in on Wednesday. This was like a Monday. Come in on a Wednesday. First thing, sat down. I showed him some new pages. I'd redrawn the portfolio within that month. He's like, this is great. Okay. Took out a plot. Said, here's your first story. It's a fill-in issue. So that was my first work. And it was a great experience. I mean, Valiant at the time was tremendously popular. It was a very hot company. And their key focus was storytelling, like she said. Their emphasis on great storytelling. And Bob was like a second father to me. He took me under his wing, showed me all the ropes in terms of storytelling, comic book, sequential illustration. Also yesterday, mentioned a guy named Mark Moretti. Mark took me under his wing also. But Bob really, had a lot of patience. That first issue, I would go back to the dorm room at Pratt, do some layouts, full size, 8.5 by 11, and then bring him in next week, and he would go over them with me. We'd talk about why I came up with particular angles or shots. It really helped guide and mentor me. So, yeah, Bob was one of the modern day, known as one of the modern day creators of Iron Man. I mean, responsible for a good chunk of the storyline, especially the storyline that's in the movies or reflected in the movies. It's a tremendous influence on my career. Also as a young man growing up. So I am forever indebted to Bob. How many copies of my first published comic did I buy? Oh. Well, I'll tell you another funny story. I might have said it on the stream before, too. So the first book I worked on was Archer and Armstrong. But then the second book I worked on actually came out a week before the first one. So the second book I drew was Hardcore, number 5. And Hardcore is a team book. These army mercenaries are implanted with a chip that then allows them to mimic particular Harbinger powers from the Harbingers. So, but there would need to be like a minder that then sets like, okay, guy A, you get flight. Guy B, you get invulnerability. Guy C, you get super speed. All right, then we're going to form this play and this, attack this way. And so it was interesting because everybody got to use all the powers, but they only use one power at a time. It had to be somebody that punched it in on a computer nearby. And so the first book came out. I was like super excited. I was 20. And I remember I was in Valiant offices. I dropped off some pages, some work. And I think I grabbed a couple copies of Hardcore 5. I didn't get that many. I didn't buy that many. I actually... I'm trying to remember. I mean, I think they gave me comp copies. They were fairly generous. And I didn't have any money, too. I mean, we just started working, but I saved up all my money. So... I remember after I left the offices, I walked down 6th Avenue, and there's a comic book store near the corner of 14th Street and 6th Avenue. I don't think it's there anymore. You have to go up a flight of stairs. And I'd been in that store a couple of times. And I said, I want to go there, and because the new books just came out that day. And so I was hiding kind of in a corner like I was looking through other comics, and I would peek over my book to see I knew where my book was, and then I would see if people would come by and pick it up, and then flip through it, and then their facial expression, and then if they would take it with them or put it back on the shelf. So it was like very exciting. I wanted to go up and say, hey, I drew that book, but I still like, I'm sure the store owner was like, what is this guy? Is he like some kind of pervert? Like, but yeah, I was there for, I don't know, like 15 minutes, 20 minutes. And I was like, all right, I got to get out of here. Left, and I went to another comic book store. I think. And back then, too, in New York City, they sold comics on the streets. So there would be these street vendors that would have these, tables out, or they just plop a rug or mat on the floor, on the sidewalk, and just have all of these comics laid out. Because this was, back in the heyday and the boom, early '90s, like Spawn, X-Men, Wildcats, Tom McFarlane, Spider-Man. So all of these, X-Force, all this stuff was like super popular, and people were actually selling comics. Street vendors selling comics, $5, $10, $20. So it was a big thing in New York City. It was huge. Yeah, nowadays I haven't seen many street vendors for comics. I think his hand is still too big, but what can we say? He got hit with a giant ray. Yeah, Jim Lee drew the first cover, first issue of Hardcore. He drew the cover. Mike Leake was the regular artist. And then my first regular series called Dr. Mirage, that came out later in '93. I believe it was August of '93, or maybe later. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of like, like an actor, movie star sitting in the back of the theater watching the reaction of fans to your movie. You want to get like an authentic reaction. Also, back then, again, there's internet, but there's no like the internet now, where anybody would just post a review of their comic, and you can just point it, you just click and read about it. Back then you had to go and to get reaction, you had to see that in person. They did have like CompuServe or some message boards. Some people would go on and talk about stuff. And that was exciting. The internet was still very young. But, yeah. I think the wings I'm gonna I need to speed up on this. Nowadays, DC is very good in terms of giving comps to artists. So you usually get about at least a dozen copies of your book, and you usually get them the week before it hits the stores. So if it's a third week book, I'm going to get copies the second week. Also very good in terms of getting us copies of excuse me, copies of trade paperbacks or collected hardcovers. Yeah, comics used to be sold everywhere. When I was a kid, whenever my mother went to the drugstore or supermarket and I'd tag along, I'd go hang out at the comic book rack, magazine section. I actually have one of those spinner racks now. I just like read comics the whole time. Every now and then I get to buy one. And also like Mad Magazine. You know, Mad Magazine's been in the news lately. They think they're canceling Mad Magazine. They're still going to publish like reprints and special holiday editions and stuff like that. But I think they're going to cease publication of a monthly book, a monthly magazine. I mean, that used to love Mad Magazine. I think it was Mad, where they had the covers that you would fold in thirds to see another image. But I was always like too respectful of the magazines, so I would like gently move it, fold it, not fold it, but gently like kind of put it, piece it together, see it. Now, if I went there and the magazine was already pre-folded, that was on the rack, then oh great, okay, I can actually see what it looks like. But that's right, yeah, just printing old stuff with new covers. But I do hope that if they do the yearly annuals, when those annuals do come out, people support them. It's always, in comics and in publishing, comics, usually when the superhero dies, they always come back. So, I mean, there's always a possibility. Yeah, I didn't really. The libraries I went to didn't have Mad Magazine. I mean, they had regular magazines, but I don't remember the libraries that I went to having Mad Magazine. Otherwise, yeah, I mean, those would have been already folded, I'm sure. I was too respectful of a kid. I'd feel guilty. Do notice when I was inking on a traditional I would move the paper a lot, and so if I sped up the tape, it got too discombobulating. It got too distracting because the paper kept shifting too fast. But when I pencil, I don't move the paper around as much. But when I ink, I move it around a lot more. I think that's something about wanting to get, precision, the right line. It's more efficient to draw. I know I can draw a single straight up and down. When pencils, it's rough. Discombobulated, not discombobulated. Thank you. Yoshi is like a Yojimbo. I don't like call Yoshi. Yojimbo, you are a lifesaver. Should I make his crotch really big? He is Hawkman. Yoji, are you going to big? I know he's got big hands. I wish this was on the computer because then I can just shrink it and make it look nice. But also, I think it's just the angle that the camera's at. Right? If you hold it out, if it's even, it doesn't look as. It's still big. This hand needs to be bigger. Maybe I can throw something like really cool down here to distract from the hands. It's like, hey, look at this while I'm doing this. Now you're just trying to make me feel better. You're like Mickey to my Rocky. Or Adrian to my Rocky. Oh, so when was the last time you Yoji in Korea? I need some travel tips. One thing I do when I travel anywhere is I try to play at least one game of basketball. 3-on-3, full court, whatever it is, with some locals. I did this in Amsterdam, Tokyo, Taiwan, Brazil, Ecuador, and Spain. It's really like an interesting way to meet locals. And I think for a lot of locals, they've probably never seen an old Chinese guy play basketball before. So it's like a diplomatic old Taiwanese guy play basketball before. So they don't sell beer at the 7-Eleven? Okay, that's good. Han River. Did they have prohibition in Korea, or? I mean, in Taiwan, you can. So there's 7-Elevens and Family Marts every block, and beer is like super cheap, like $2, $1. And it's good too. I mean, I love Taiwan beer. Yeah, when I travel too, I tend to drink a lot. Like, when I'm home in LA, I don't drink at all. Unless it's over at a friend's house, or a party or something. But if I'm at home by myself, I very rarely ever drink. I have a lot of alcohol at home. I just very rarely ever drink it. Yeah, and I want to go to like I saw pictures of a market, like a food market, street food. That's I love street food. In LA, there's street food, but it's mostly like taco trucks, or these. Now there's been a lot of these like taco stands at street corners. Whenever I drive around, and I've stopped at a couple of them. They're pretty good. The only thing I don't like are the Tijuana dog vendors. Mostly because they're here during games, and then whatever they don't sell, they dump in the bushes. So when you're walking around the neighborhood, it smells delicious. Quite frankly. But it's just unsanitary to dump hot dogs, and I guess you'd get a free meal if you wanted. But yeah, I mean, the cops can only do so much. And it's not like they're dumping a lot of food all the time, but it just builds up. So I think I would be more pissed if I had a dog, because, you know, like, dogs will sniff around, they'll probably eat it, and they'll get sick. Oh, that's smart. Guy would make extra chicken before they closed so you could take them home. But that means you're eating KFC every day. If you like KFC, then that's great, right? Every now and then I have a craving for KFC or like fried chicken. Yeah, I mean, dogs will eat pretty much anything. I had a dog once. We had a chow chow called Xiao Bao, which is like, translated in Chinese, was like little precious. But he wasn't little. He was quite large. It's a chow chow. But the one thing about the chow was that he would never eat anything that myself or my mom didn't give him. Which is a good thing, because sometimes there are a lot of scrupulous people out there. And I've heard a lot of stories about people's dogs being poisoned just by random strangers. It's totally fucked up. Because like the community gardener once, I think, brought some snacks and dropped it in our yard, and he would not eat it. I know he was like salivating, but he would not eat it. I'm only going to do the interior of the wings black. The other outside I'm going to leave white. Yeah. Well, when you're young too, I think you can lose the weight a lot faster. I am very susceptible to food advertising. If I see a commercial or something on TV once or twice, or like a coupon or ad that comes in the mail, I find myself like, oh man, I really want, Yoshinoa or something. What was great, I was in Japan a few weeks ago, and I would eat, a few days I was there, basically just ate, because I was working in a hotel. So I would go, a couple of days I was working in a hotel, just go to the local supermarket downstairs from the hotel, and they have the best supermarket sushi, and cheap too. I guess the equivalent of it here is like Costco. I can go to Costco and buying a lot of their ahi tuna, raw ahi tuna. And they're making salads with that at home. Yeah, most animals can't eat chocolates or anything with caffeine. Onions, I think they can't eat. I know my birds can't eat onions. My birds have eaten cheese, but it's not recommended, and I don't really feed it to them. I think one time they had a piece of cheese, and then I read up online afterwards, don't feed your birds cheese. I was just thinking the other day, what are some things that make you really happy? You know? In life. Like for me, whenever my birds take to a new food, I get like really happy. If I feed them like a new vegetable or something, like broccoli, and I see them starting to eat the broccoli, I get really happy. I guess that must be how my mom feels when she sees me eating. That's why they're always like, my mother, when my grandmother was around, they'd always like stuff food in my face. So is it a learned behavior or is it a genetic behavior? Yeah, we went to this conveyor belt sushi place in Japan too, and it was fun. It was a conveyor belt, but you had to order on a screen your sushi, and it was so fun because it was like a video game. But then I ordered too much and I ate too much. Yeah, so is that a learned behavior or genetic? Genetic or evolutionary to be happy when you see your children eat. Birds. Yeah. Time is 10. Been streaming for 3 hours. Means I've been working on this for 3 hours. Time to wrap it up. Wrap it up, B. Time to get some KFC. Although I love Korean fried chicken. Korean fried chicken wings. And karaage, the Japanese fried chicken, equally as delicious. Hello, Iron Loop 2000. How are you doing? Where are you joining us from tonight? Yeah, Korean double fried chicken wings. Now I'm getting hungry now. This should be like a combined food and comics stream. I went to a Japanese restaurant, new Japanese restaurant. It was like a sake bar in Echo Park the other day, and they had a karaage fried chicken pieces. I was like, wow, man. And it was different. The batter was a little bit different, and it was like sweet and spicy. I love sweet and spicy. Anything sweet and Iron Loop 2000, how are you doing? Where are you joining us from? Don't be shy. We're talking fried chicken and comics. Hispanic chicken. What should I eat tonight? It's already 10 o'clock. Fuck. Oh, I gotta eat dinner before it's too late. I gotta start on my cover. Can I have a Beyond Burger? I've been eating a lot of Beyond Burger lately. I need to buy some stock in that company. Yeah, I gotta stop eating after, well, technically after 9, but tomorrow I got a game. I need to sleep tonight. Yoshi, you got work tomorrow? I mean, Yoji, you got work tomorrow? Say there again. You got work tomorrow? I got work tomorrow. Office life. If I ever thought about being a manga artist, not really. Although I have done projects that are in the manga style. I currently draw Teen Titans for DC Comics. I don't know. Usually the manga, I mean, I guess if it's American manga, that might be one thing. But the Japanese mangas are usually done in teams. So, my understanding is that it's usually done in teams. And again, this is just a commission sketch. After this, I have to do my regular Teen Titans stuff. That you can check out on Instagram at the Bernard Chang. I have some process videos of the original work. Iron Loop, do you have a favorite manga or book that you're reading right now? Or do you draw in a manga style? This one I'm actually using the 05. So earlier I said I was using the 08. The 08 might have been a little too thick. Blade of the Immortal is probably one of the best mangas that I've ever read, and it might have been ever produced, I think. But then I haven't really seen that many or read that many. When I was young, growing up in Taiwan, I would read manga. Cartoons were only on one day a week, so I would read. The only option would be in between the episodes of cartoons. I'd read the mangas. So Manzinger Z was a favorite manga of mine. There was also this boxing comic manga that I liked, digest size. So I grew up on manga. But ever since I've been in the States, and growing up, manga here was not as readily available as it is now. And actually this weekend also was the Anime Expo across the street. It's interesting to see all these cosplayers walking around downtown LA. Almost a vision of what could have been had San Diego Comic-Con moved to LA, which I still feel, I hope they do, but it's interesting to see how LA would transform into the comic book world that San Diego has transformed into the last few years. Oh, there was a live action movie. I don't know if I would want to see it because it would kind of ruin. I mean, Lone Wolf and Cub movies are great. But I don't know if I want to see the Gatchaman. I used to love Gatchaman, which was Gatchaman is G-Force or Battle of the Planets. I don't recall them having manga, maybe comics. But then watching the live action Gatchaman movies was not the. I think I've only seen snippets, but I hear not so good things about it. Still have to figure out what to do with this crotch area. Anime also is, in my opinion, it's like a language in its own, right? There's an iconic language, especially with expressions of characters, how you draw the eyes or the mouth, or like a little teardrop here means a particular thing within that language. But I would always encourage young artists to learn how to draw traditionally before you move into any kind of specialized genre. So even superhero comics, which is what I do, it has helped me tremendously taking figure drawing classes, studying art ever since I was in junior high school, to develop my own style. Now, manga has its already preset style, and there's different artists that have still differences. There is still variation. The other aspect of manga or anime for young artists that I think young artists overlook is environments. And that is something that is extremely, extremely important. Even when you see streams like this one or anyone else that just doing figures, right? But the figures are not in an environment. So you're not really telling a story so much. This is really just a drawing of a guy in a hawk outfit, Hawkman. When you're going to draw manga, you're going to draw a story. The environment is key. Is another character in the story, and the one element in terms of perspective, environments, understanding perspective, the sooner you're able to grasp that, the better your drawing of people are actually going to become as well. Because you're going to be able to understand form and three-dimensionality that you can't replicate if you're just drawing iconic images of faces, eyes, mouth, etc. What is OP? OPMC or OP protagonist? I still go to figure drawing workshops, not as often, but when I can, I go. In LA, there's a bunch of different artist studios that kind of host figure drawing workshops, and you just pay like $15-20 for 3 hours, and they have a model there. You basically just bring your own stuff and you sit down and you draw uninstructed. I was almost going to go this weekend, actually, but I got too lazy Saturday morning. And they send you pictures of whoever the models are, so if you're looking to work on particular shapes or figures, I know Yoji would just go in overpowered. Yoji would just go with a beer, like in that Bud Light commercial, right? And then enjoy the few hours and do some sketches, stick figures. Yeah, and some video game companies. When I was at Disney, they would have figure drawing workshops. They would pay for the art, the models to come in. It was free for all the employees. You know, if you wanted to spend a few hours after work. But I think ultimately it's very, very important to learn human anatomy. So that when you're drawing, there's a complete understanding of what it is that you're drawing and how you can manipulate that. So it becomes less of trying to mimic or copy and more of creating. Can't you just buy your own figure instead of paying for every session? Well, it's a live human model. So, you know, figure drawing workshop, you want to sit there in a studio with a live model. Because drawing from 3D is very different than drawing from a picture of a person. There's nuances, there's light, shade, shadow. The figure moves, you know, human doesn't stay still. They're going to move, so you're going to have to capture that pose in a particular amount of time. You can walk around the same pose. If it's a long pose, you can do if it's an hour pose, you can draw 15 minutes one side, then move to the other side of the room, draw the same pose from another angle, then move to another side of the room, draw from another angle, and really, you know, understand the human form, dimensions, see how the light hits the arm and the shadow and the skin, and the musculature in different ways. Right now I'm very washed out because of the lighting. It's not very good lighting in the studio. But yeah, so if you were to hire your own model, it would be somewhat expensive, I think. I don't know how much nude models get paid. Yoji, do you know how much nude models get paid per hour? 50, 60 bucks an hour, maybe 50 bucks an hour. I don't know, 60 bucks an hour, 45 bucks an hour, 45, let's say 45 bucks an hour. An hour, you're going to spend maybe the first half hour, first 15-20 minutes doing gesture drawings to warm up, which are just quick line studies. And then you're going to do maybe like 3 10-minute poses. That's another half an hour. 3 or 4 10 15-minute poses. If it's 15, that's an hour. So these workshops are like 3 hours. So for 20 bucks for 3 hours, it's a little bit more bang for the buck, right? Yeah, but you got to draw from a human being. A toy figure is only going to do so much for you. The toy figure, the musculature too, is already cut and carved and sculpted, so it doesn't change. So you're only getting like a little bit of it. Drawing from real life, there's going to be a spontaneity aspect to it because you're in a studio where you're with other artists. There's a live human model. The human model moves, changes poses. It's not a pose that you want, maybe particular. That's another aspect. It's like sometimes it just sits in a pose you don't like, but you got to draw it, right? You're forcing yourself to get out of a particular comfort zone. That as a young artist, and even an old artist like me, you need every now and then. What part of the country? Well, be right back. Going on my. Actually, what I'm asking is, Yoji, how much would you charge to be a nude model per hour? So I think any artist, any pro artist, most pro artists would tell you drawing from real life has its benefits. It'd be cool if I could figure out the audio component too. Some later streams that way. Maybe you can jump on a mic and have actual conversation. Usually when I'm drawing, also I'd have some music in the background so it's not so quiet. I'm not just listening to my most inner thoughts. This is almost like going to a therapy session. You never know. So I went to an art high school in Miami. You have to audition to get in. It's based off of LaGuardia, which is a very famous art school in New York City. So 10th grade, 15 years old, 14, 15 years old. They had us draw from live models, nude models. So the first week, they had to send a permission slip to get our parents to sign because we were going to be drawing from a nude model. Right, yeah, so wait, they may mute because of copyright. So I mean, I was thinking about playing classical music, but then I don't really listen to classical music anymore, so that would not be authentic. Anyways, we had to sign a permission slip because we had to draw from a live nude model. And we were like, oh man, we're like 15 years old, like, oh, we're gonna get like some Playboy model, it's gonna come in, and wow, it's gonna be like, oh, like just everyone was just super jazzed. So anyways, a couple days later was our figure drawing class, and we show up, and all the guys are like, yeah, high-fiving each other. Everyone's trying to get a chair closest to where the model is going to be standing. So everyone got to class on time that day too, you know. It wasn't like no stragglers. And then this old lady walks in, and we're like, oh, maybe she's the substitute teacher, because our teacher hadn't come in yet. So we're like, okay, all right, who cares? I mean, substitute teacher, who cares? We're going to be drawing a nude Playboy model shortly for the rest of the afternoon. And then she gets in, she stands around, and then she starts taking off her clothes, and we realize that, oh man, this is like a grandma too. That she was our model for the day. So we're like, oh, all right. Our fantasies were shattered. Our youthful teenage fantasies were shattered. So, fast forward, I think we had 2 figure drawing classes a week, maybe a Tuesday and a Thursday or something like that. Thursday comes around, we're like, all right, well, okay. Can't get any worse than that, right? So, besides a naked lady, you don't see that many live breasts in real life. Then this dude walks into the class with, oh, okay, well, maybe he's a substitute teacher. But then the guy starts taking off his clothes, and we realize that, oh, now it's a male model. And we're like, oh. So, like, a lot of drawings that day were like hand studies or feet, studies of feet or the face. Nobody drew like the full figure, where the junk was. But eventually, after a few sessions, everyone got used to it. You realize that you're there to study, and but the first time was a lot of fun. I mean, it's funny. Not a lot of fun, just very funny. And the thing is, like, whenever the following years after that, the next sophomore class that would come in, like, oh, you could tell that they were all excited before the first figure drawing class, and you kind of associated, understood. I mean, in college too, at Pratt, they had some weird models. They had one guy that would be a model, and he would dress up, and he had a gorilla mask on, but it was like fully nude body. And we'd always say, oh, you get the guy that comes in the gorilla mask? And I think like the rumor was like one time like that guy actually got erect during one of the sessions, which is always a possibility that can happen. I mean, you're nude, there's wind. It's human nature. I mean, there's no hiding it, right? Because you're nude. But I would definitely think it would be very awkward for the students in that class. In college also, they had a class that if you signed up for it, which I didn't, but if you signed up for it, the students would rotate and pose nude. So like one week it would be Joe, and the next week it would be Jane. So the students would rotate posing for the class. I don't know what that taught. Maybe except for like it taught you about exhibitionism, but I don't know. Or maybe they were trying to save money on hiring models. It was tempting. I know there's been a lot of questions I've seen on other streams, people asking, as a young artist, how important is it to go to art school? And my opinion on that is it depends. I went to art school. I went to art high school. I went to art college, but I will paraphrase. In college, I studied and majored and got my degree in architecture, but it was an art school. Pratt is an art and architecture school. When I first went to Pratt, they had an engineering program, but that closed my second or third year. They do have library sciences, and now they have, I think, creative writing. But going to an art school, again, you're surrounded by other artists, by other like-minded people. And so being in that environment, it only fosters growth. Art school is very expensive. I think when I went to Pratt, it was about 21,000, 20-some thousand a year. 21, 22. Now it's upwards 40,000 a year, maybe even more. And quite honestly, the degree does not really mean that much. Just because you have a bachelor's degree in fine arts does not guarantee you a job as an artist. Your portfolio is king. So a lot of times I see people posting their degree in art. My opinion is go to art school on a scholarship. That's what I did. It's very expensive, but I went to art. I got a full ride to go to Pratt. If I didn't get a full ride, I would not have gone. I didn't want my mother to pay for my college education. I wanted to be independent. I didn't want her to have to. A single mother, it's very expensive. I didn't want her to accrue any more fees and costs involved in my education. So I was determined to get a scholarship to go somewhere. So A, get a scholarship to go to school. And then B, don't wait until you graduate to get a job. If you're waiting until you're senior to get a job, it's too late. No, it's not too late, but it's late. You should be in your second, third year actively looking for work and actively pushing yourself to put together a portfolio that's going to get you work. So that includes like summer internships. While there's no school in the summer, you should be interning. If you want to draw comics, you should be interning at a comic book company. And interning means that you're getting coffee, making photocopies, or doing whatever menial, mundane task jobs but you're making connections, and you are understanding, you're networking, and you're understanding the inner workings of a company, but you're making connections. And then that networking is going to translate, if you're good and you have a good portfolio and you're easy to work with, will translate into opportunities far greater than a degree. Now, I finished my career in college. I finished my collegiate career. I had my degree in architecture. Architecture is a little bit different. You know, I did have a passion for architecture at a certain point. I felt like I got a good amount of my art education in high school, going to an art high school, learning the fundamentals. Had I enrolled at Pratt as a fine artist or art illustration or whatever, I would have skipped my first foundation year. Meaning I would have probably been able to graduate in 3 years at the most, maybe even sooner. And even for me, school was already paid for, but I didn't want to wait. So it's important to take advantage of the time that you're in school, because art school will challenge you. Art school will provide you with an environment that is going to make you grow even faster. All the things that you learn in art school, well, most of the things you learn in art school, you can probably learn outside of art school by yourself. Whether it's going to local workshops, local art school workshops, asking a local artist or whatever. You can come in on Twitch watching artists like myself work and draw, asking questions. A lot of that stuff wasn't available before. You can also get an internship at Marvel DC without maybe. You might be able to get an internship without going to college. I know at Valiant they had interns. But treat it for what it is. It's a platform, stepping stone. Art school is also, the other thing about art school that's important is networking. You want to go to an art school that is a leader in whatever field that you want to get into. So, let's say you want to get into animation. Well, if I were you, I would try to go to the best animation school that has the best track record. And to me, in my opinion, is that's Cal Arts. Cal Arts, or maybe I don't know what other schools out there. My understanding, Cal Arts is probably the best. Pratt was a top 10 architecture school. So you want to go to a top 10 institution. Reason being, top 10 schools tend to place the most amount of graduates in that professional field. The more graduates in that professional field, the higher chances of networking, getting references, referrals, or if you went to a school that had almost no history in animation, it's going to be a lot harder. It's not impossible. It's just going to be a lot harder. Pratt didn't have any comic book classes, didn't have any comic book teachers. I went a different route. I went and asked around, and networked not just at Pratt but also with my friend John Polio, who went to SVA. So at Pratt, I asked around campus, found the guy that was interning at Marvel, a guy named Michael Thomas, and he got me my first tryout script. And so from that, I was able to draw an actual comic book story, 8-page story. It was a Captain America story. That's purely from Pratt. Now, it had nothing to do with the school. It was just he went to the same school I did. We lived in the same dorm. I had friends that knew him, but that's the benefit of going to a school, an art school. Again, you can still do that on your own. It just might take a little bit longer. Marvel used to put out a tryout book. That's true. This is a Faber-Castell. I don't know how to pronounce the name. Brush, pen. When I was in junior high, I got a copy of the Marvel tryout book. Okay, I'm erasing all the pencils to make it look like magic. While I was at Pratt, they didn't have any comic book classes. They didn't, I did try talking to one of my instructors who was a comic book artist to see if he would modify one of his more freeform classes into a kind of private study thing where I would be able to show, because by that time I was drawing a monthly book, I could show. Here's another thing: when you've done erasing, you don't have to brush it all away. You can still use the shavings to erase a little bit more. Hey Kirihiko, how you doing? Hope you've been well. Were you online earlier today? I think Jim Lee was streaming earlier. I wasn't able to catch it. I'll watch it later tonight when I'm working. Oh, thank you. Thank you for hosting me. Good. Trying to bang out some commissions. I haven't streamed in a while. Trying to work on that muscle, being able to draw and talk, hold a conversation at the same time. This drawing took way too long. hopefully the future ones will go by a little bit faster and be a little bit more comfortable and smooth and confident drawing while talking. Are you still drawing your eyes last? I think that was the one thing I remembered. You were doing a Nightwing sketch, Nightwing drawing, and everything else was fully rendered except for his eyes, which was a little creepy. So let's see if I can do it parallel. This is Golden Age Hawkman. What else can I do to this? This hand is too big. Perfect. This head's a little big too, and I already reduced it. Thanks, Yoji. Okay, I think it's time to add the coffee wash. Alright, I'll be right back. I'm gonna grab my coffee. It's on another table. Alright. Let's see, this is my morning coffee. Let me grab a brush. Not that hot on the what can I do with this Hawkman crotch area? Don't want to do too much. That's the thing too with comics, is that you draw usually, like if you were to actually see an actual human in a superhero helmet, their head would be so small because the heads typically, that's why like the movies look kind of weird sometimes, right? Because you have an actual human and they have to put a prosthetic, you know, like a helmet on top of them, so then their head looks super big. But in comics you can kind of cheat a little bit. All right. See, first layer. Oh, before I do this, jelly roll time. Jelly roll 10 works better than 8. Let me try the 8 first. Oh, it's working okay today. So Kiriko, what are you working on these days? Put a little battle damage on the mace. Is this called a mace? What is this called? This is mace. Okay, I think I'll add the other white later. Let's add a little coffee. Yummy. Let's add the green first. Let's do some shadow on the green. This brush is fucked up. I have another brush. Oh, this brush is better. Alright, here comes a moment of truth. And again, gotta work on talking while I'm drawing. The micron pens do not bleed, so that is good. What other parts of his outfit is green? Just the pants. Ooh, wedding anniversary portrait. Staying busy is always good. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Ooh, yeah, Jim Lee emoji. So, in theory, the light is coming from below. That kind of goes counter to some of the inking. You guys can see how that's kind of shaping up. I'm only just adding the color. I'm only adding the coffee. This is purely just a tonal thing. I've been doing this coffee thing for a little while now. Started at a convention where I was trying to be a little different. This is before everyone started doing tonal work. It's just black and white. Before Copics really kind of became big. And I was thinking, well, I could do gouache or wash, like a watercolor thing, but I had this coffee left over from the morning. What just happened? Oh, yes. Thank you, Jim. All right. So the coffee just kind of started. I had leftover coffee at the, doing a bunch of commissions, and it had a nice little sepia tone to it. So why not? And it looked different than everyone else. So I don't know if anyone else uses it nowadays. Or tea. I've tried tea. Hot chocolate is very inconsistent. I'm wondering how some of these have held up. Oh, but thank you. Okay. Thank you, Kirihiko. So tea, I've tried tea. Tea is not as dark as coffee. I mean, I can attest to the staining powers of coffee. My teeth are very stained. So, and it smells nice. And it's pretty much everywhere. And I just basically buy it that morning, whatever I don't finish. I repurpose. What else have I tried? Soda doesn't really work that well. I think the acidic nature of like Diet Coke. I guess I could try blood next time. Yoji was suggesting it be a little bit more personal. But that might freak out some people. Well, hot chocolate, yeah, it doesn't. I think it's too thick. Sometimes it's not as consistent. haven't tried any juice, but again, coffee seems to have the right consistency. Sometimes it's a little light, but if it's a little light, then you just go over it a couple of times. There is some slight warping with the paper. This coffee is very dark because I made it at home. I like my coffee very strong. But if anyone else has any other suggestions, I'm open to trying. Let this bad boy dry a little bit and then go back and hit it with some more the Posca white pen. Maybe do a little splatter work. And wait till it dries and then press this piece down with some books. Thank you, Your Distraction. Thank you for following. I also got to figure out how to get this. I used to have a chat box up here. Got to work on that. Cream and sugar? No cream and sugar. I don't drink coffee with cream and sugar. Only black. Somehow I think the cream and sugar might somehow change the texture a little bit of the paper because you're dealing with milk now, like dairy, whereas this is just water. Maybe I'll do the background too. I'll just do the square. And then we'll be done. And then I can eat dinner and start on a cover and some layouts. I mean, sometimes I bring a gouache set with me. If I'm in the mood, I might throw some color on it. But it all depends. Smells good though. Wine actually, yeah, wine might work. I think I tried it once. I think it might have eaten up the paper a little bit faster than I wanted. But wine does, yeah, wine's another one that I guess maybe experiment with a little bit more. It is a much more expensive option than coffee. I just charge extra for it, I guess. Yeah, someone was saying Dave Cho. He punched himself and then like dripped blood from his nose onto his piece. That is a little bit more extreme. I mean, it shows a lot of passion. I don't know if I have the balls to do that. Let's see. I think we're good. Alright, let's get the Posca, my favorite brush pen right now. Where is it? Did I take it out? Here it is. I think I need to wait for it to dry a little bit more. What's up, art chemist? Long time. Some people are up late tonight, getting a head start on the new week. This is a Hawkman, Golden Age Hawkman. That's true. I think Yoji, I gotta maybe at some point. Actually, I met him. Really cool guy, Dave Cho. I didn't geek out like a fan though. I guess maybe I should have. But when that guy was on Howard Stern, was it 5-6 years ago? Very inspirational story. some debris. Why didn't I move down the camera earlier? Is it on autofocus? No. There we go. Just adjusting. So this is pencil and ink. I did a stream earlier tonight around midnight. You should be able to watch it later if you want, where I did the pencil drawing. Then today I started just inking or redrawing it, inking it. Here is the original sketch. I had actually drawn it on an 11 by 14, but then realized that cropping it's not really well cropped, so then I kind of traced it, I boxed it onto an 11 by 17, inked it. The brown sepia is coffee. In case you missed it, here's the coffee. And now I'm just adding a little bit more white texture back into it. So I think I'm done. Definitely spent too much time on this. And then this is what makes it worth any money. Here, let's see. Whoops, you guys didn't see that. Signature. Okay. I think I'm going to be done. I want to thank everyone for joining tonight. It's great to be streaming on Twitch again. Make sure you give a follow on one of those buttons up there. Also on Instagram, the Bernard Chang. You can see some process drawings of interior pages there. I've been drawing digitally the Teen Titans for DC Comics. Issue 31 came out last week, 2 weeks ago. Maybe it's been 3. 32 will be out in a couple weeks, but going purely digital for the interior work. So you can check it out and give a follow. Next time I'm streaming, I'll try to do it again sometime this week, towards the end of the week, not Wednesday. Because I have basketball practice Wednesday, maybe Thursday, Friday. I will try to set a regular schedule. I want to thank Yojimbo, Kirihiko, and everyone else that showed up and chatted. And I will catch you guys next time. Good night. Enjoy the rest of the evening. And thank you.